right. Good morning, afternoon, evening. I hope everyone is doing well. So I played a little bit, not too much. I was able to do quite a bit in a short amount of time. So I did come all the way out to the West Coast and have thrown down a whole bunch of foundations. This is where I am going to do some oil processing and get myself some oil power. So the question is, okay, so I've got a little bit of concrete and then I'm probably going to have to head back. But I'm pretty sure I have enough space. the Let's see, we'll add a couple more. I'm not completely sure on the spacing, unfortunately, because I don't I don't have any of the materials on me to build everything. So, yeah, I don't really know. Because I'm not sure if it's going to be like too long and then I won't actually be able to use this area at all. But if it's not, and then I do kind of want to utilize as much space this way as I can, just because I should have enough space doing using this satisfactory calculator map and the little measurement tool. I'm pretty sure I have enough foundations before I like run into that pillar thing. I could go past it because I don't think I'm too close to the edge of the map, but I just don't want to do that yet. So, ooh, I forgot about how foggy it gets out here. So, I am going to turn that off. R.fog space 0 and voila. No more fog. Just makes being able to see it distance a lot easier. Okay, so let me see if there's anything else. I'm just kind of like leaving extra stuff here that I will probably need. You know what? Let's just leave pretty much anything that is a full stack. I am just going to leave here. I'll take that even though I probably don't need it. Let's see. I'll leave that too and that. So we're just going to go grab like a whole bunch of new stuff. All right. So I could build a train out here. The only thing is I don't need a train coming out here. That being said, I am going to build a train track. It's just not going to go to my main factory area. So a temporary train track isn't a bad idea. Hey, Wings! How you doing this morning or afternoon? It's 10:30 for me, so it's still morning. It's been a while. How you doing? Oh, too sharp of a turn. Oh, come on. Get back. Okay, early afternoon. Is it lunchtime or do you have horrible eating habits like me and just eat when you're hungry? 12-hour shift. Holy cow. But that's crazy. That's I've never been I've never been fond of an 8-hour shift. I don't know how many 12-hour shifts I've ever actually worked. That's intense. Well, good luck. I hope it's not too brutal. Ah, post office. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there are some long hours. I have one relative that works for the post office. but he's like he super super nice guy. I really really like him, but he's always been kind of off on his own. Like he'll come to some family functions, but not many. So it's always like, oh, he's here. And then I became that, and now I'm the one that only shows up sometimes. And family's always actually happy when you show up. They're like, holy shit, you made it. I'm like, yeah. But yeah, I think he's been in the post office for a really, really long time. I think he. Yeah, I can't remember what exactly he does, but I think he was like a. Is there like a union rep or something like that? I feel like he did something like that. Who knows? Yeah, that's what I hear. And yeah, I think I've known one other person where it's like, yeah, the work isn't like exciting or anything, but like the pay is good, benefits are great, sort of a thing. So good for you. Okay, so I need to organize this a little bit better. All right, so let's get a bunch of these into the right category. Yeah, we'll put all the roads under foundations. Oh man. Yep. All right. I made so many blueprints. That's, I think it's handy for later. Well, you have a good night, or you had a good night. Yeah, you just finished a 12-hour shift. I would be awfully tired if I were you. So if you are headed to bed, sleep well, and good luck with the next one. Let's see, factory. Blender in the factory. Fuel gen. I don't know what that is. We'll just put it in that one. And you know what? Those can all be undefined. Okay, so I worked out these. Oh, the percentage sign doesn't show up. That makes it look funny. Oh well. So I need 12 of these. 12 of these. Oh, don't click it. Oh, where did it go? Blueprints. 24 of the blenders, and I'll worry about the fuel gens afterwards. Okay, so I need, oh boy, a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, cool. Do I need heavy modular frame? Or, oh yeah, sure do. All right. So where did those? Okay, 240. So there's 300 of those. Did I need pipes? I do. Bunch of pipes. Oh, a bunch of beams. Oh, actually don't need circuit boards. Cool. Computers. That is surprising. Oh, I do also want, let me add, let's see, transport. I need to make sure my spacing is right for all of this. So I think I'm going to split it up into 4 freight platforms. And yeah, the rest of that's fine. Make sure I have enough steel and pipes for that stuff. Okay, so now do I need to grab? I wouldn't have had enough heavy modular frames. Cool. Okay, so now I should have enough of that stuff. Okay, so got enough beams? Yep. And check those. I totally need computers, right? Oh, but I had a stack. Cool. All right, so quick wire. Surprisingly, don't need. Okay, then we'll work our way back from here. So stack of plastic, stack of rubber. I'm just gonna grab extra fuel. And you know, let's top that one off too. And oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to come back for more copper sheets for sure. It's okay. If I can get all of the machines down, that'll be a huge first step. Don't need more rods, so let's just top it off. Oh, actually, I need more of those modular frames. Cool. So let's grab that. Let's grab some iron sheets. And I can't remember, what do these stack in 50s? Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to grab those at the same time as the aluminum casing. So what I think, so I'm pretty sure the aluminum casing and the radio control units are just needed for the blenders. But I do kind of want to make sure I have enough spacing to fit everything. So I think I'm just going to make 2 trips here. Another option would be to just add the hypertube cannon. And I could just shoot myself through the air back and forth. And that's really not a bad option. But I just don't want to. I don't really like them that much. Guess there's one that I missed. not too sharp of a turn. No, it's not. Cool. Alright, so I figure I can get a pretty good idea. Let's see. So I want the train station to be the center. So let's see. Actually, let's just materials. Oh, man. Okay, so before I just make a million boxes, let's do that. Okay, so now... Oh, yeah, can't do it free. Okay, so there we go. Alright, we definitely want it right on the line. And centered. Yep, nice and centered. And... yeah, actually, because I could extend this a little bit farther. Yeah, okay. So let's place that there. So the way I think this would work and have the best spacing is actually just alternate them. So 2 are on each side. And then if I come down to organization, let's see, so it would basically be... so is that would be too close. That may be too close, but that may fit. Perfect. Okay. So that would be, I think it's compact really as I can make this, I think. Let's lock it. One more. And then same thing with this side. So spin it around. Let's see. Okay. Let's get it centered there, and yeah. Cool. So there, and man, the nudge feature is just being able to lock it in place, walk around. Just amazing. Well done, Coffee Stain. Okay, so this is what I want to be in the middle, and this is what's going to get my resin out of here, which is going to be a nice blue line because we're carrying resin. So everything gets blue. I like to color coordinate. Okay, so alright, so this would be the center. So if this is the center, then let's take Blueprint off. What are we looking at for these here? Alright, so really I just need the crude oil to be able to run down. Let me get that higher vantage again. Okay, so this is where I need to find out if they can go back far enough. So if this line is that, then I could line it up with this essentially. And then we'll just line up the side right there. So if I lock it there, oh, 1 meter too far. Can line it up with this corner. And I think that's how I want it. And I just run the crude oil just right down here. Although I could run the crude oil. I could move it up by like half a foundation. Seems silly, but it may make a big difference. So let's try that again. And actually, I want the B. Yeah, it's the wrong one anyways. Perfect. Okay, so now I want to line this one up with, let's see, let's get it lined up with, so I just need to get somewhere close. Whatever. So right there. So let's see. So if I run the crude right here, be a really short pipe into the refinery, but I mean, let me see how that looks. Alright, so if I took pipe like this, well, let's just stretch it the full way. Okay, so, and then okay, well that doesn't make any sense. I thought it snapped to it, but okay, so if I just put it right out in front, that'll work. So these are gonna be black. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay, cool. Or should I have all of the polymer resin run that way and then it would loop alongside? Yeah, which way do I want it to run? Because this way it just goes over the pipe. Not a big deal. If I go the other way, then it would just come around the pipe and then all the way back and then feed into these. I do have to run a splitter, and actually, because of the way the direction I placed these, I guess it would make more sense. Alright, we're switching it. So let's go back to, I think it was A. So there we go. Alright, so let's just get these placed. Yep. Okay. So with those there, now I have to see if this is enough space for the blender. And oh, that's right. I forgot that I made it so that it was, I used the floor hole. Okay. It is handy. It just takes a little bit more prep work. So I think this will do it. Yeah, okay. But now the question is, how do we line this up? And I realized that I spaced these out the same, like 20 meters apart, but that doesn't mean that this pipe is actually going to go straight in where I wanted it. That was a bit of an oversight, wasn't it? So, I mean, the spacing would all still work out. It's just that these are gonna be offset. So like, yeah, it would be right like there, I think. Yeah. It's definitely not a big deal because then the next one should line up just fine. So the question is, how far back do I want this to be? Oh, but I've got plenty of space. Perfect. Okay. So even if I, yeah, like line it all the way back. Or maybe I just bring it in closer. Just kind of, it doesn't need to be that spaced out. I think it would look better if the buildings were a little bit more even. Because now it's like one in a little bit to that. So something probably like that. I'm thinking. Well, I'm gonna have to find that spot again. Okay. Well, now that I know that the spacing will work, that makes me really happy. I won't have to finagle with too much. You know, I might as well just slam down these and then go back and get the stuff. Might as well. So we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, that makes sense. I did dump all of the motors over here. And I lost track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, and 12. And then let's do this side. Did I want to push it out any farther? Is the question. Because I actually think maybe having the train station be set back just a tiny bit might look good. So what if I probably should have brought more concrete. Do I have more in here? No, I took everything. Okay, that's fine. I'll go get more concrete. This side's more important. So if I go and grab another one of these. So if I set that there and then just delete the last one. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think I like that. I'll finish the rest of it later, but cool. So this is going to take the polymer resin and it's going to run it out to where my temporary plastic and rubber is, and it is going to help jumpstart a real plastic factory. This area is only going to be power. Okay, so got those down. Let's get the spacing on the other ones. Okay, so I have it on the mid line. So it would be on this, I think. Let's see. So this line. I think, right? Yeah. And then, oh, we should probably spin it around. There we go. Okay, so the oil would run down this line, and this would get put right here. Which I think that means this blender is going to hang off the other side a little bit more, but I don't care. I think having the ability to just make it like these, their own little mini systems, is going to just be way more reliable. But we'll see. We shall see. Alright, so blueprint mode. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Actually ran out of steel pipes. Well, let me go see if I have a couple in that container real quick. Just so I could finish off the refineries. And then I will go back, grab the rest for the blenders. Make sure I have enough for... Ooh. I guess water extractors would be a next big piece, huh? Okay, so... Pipes, those. Okay, so let's finish off the refineries. I'll leave that one, I guess. Get some of my concrete back. Let's see. Oh, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So I think is it the B ones that I'm doing? Yep. 10, 11, 12. All right, just had to count one more time. Okay, so let's get this last one there. Although I have a ooh, I definitely missed. Okay, so now put that one there. And yeah, okay. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, and then, yeah, I need to go back and turn in some milestones because I really need Mark V pipes now, or belts, those things. Keep running around. Okay, so let's dump just all of this stuff in here. I'm gonna need all of it, but I know the main two pieces that I really need. So just gonna dump off everything else because I want to be able to grab a bunch of extra concrete because I need to create a whole bunch more foundations for all the fuel gens. So I need a bunch more concrete and a bunch more copper sheets for all the pipes. Probably some plastic because I'm going to need a bunch of Mark II pipes. Oh, let's get our fuel back. Head on back. Good old zip line. Andy, I love you too, buddy. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. It's like early afternoon for you. And I just can't. There we go. Oh, don't fall off. Yes. It's always scary. I missed you too. Truth was, I just wasn't very talkative. I was actually still lurking in most people's streams that I was normally still in, but it is always nice hearing that you were missed. Oh, and congratulations, by the way. I don't think I said that before. Just, it's fucking awesome. Well done, buddy. I'm happy to see you got affiliate. Well deserved. That's really cool. I'd love to see it. I hope so. I'm rooting for you. Keep it up. All right, so let's turn in some of these milestones. I don't remember how much I need of either of these, so just grab too many. And let's grab some of these radio control units. I don't remember how many I need of those. Pretty sure I also need metal, steel. I don't remember how much. Some of these, some of these, some of these. I think it's also the reinforced iron plates. Don't know why it would be, but just go with it. All right, let's unlock some goodies. All right, so let's go with the tried and true. Place as many things in here as I can before I turn them in. Ooh, I still don't have gas filters. So that means I'm not going to have those. Oh, I can turn in this one. Cool. And 300 motors. Okay. I can do that. Those are just right over here. Yep. 300. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks. And my tube. there any other? Ooh, the hover pack. Yes. So, okay. Grab those. Should be. So I need 100 of those. Computers. Let's grab 100. More motors. Of course. 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks. And I think that's it. Alright, so okay, that's probably the last one I can turn in. Alright. Supercomputers I don't have. Oh. Oh, the advanced aluminum. Okay, cool. At least that'll unlock those. Give me that option. But, okay, I won't be able to do that one or that one. Okay, so I can do this one. So let's turn in this one as well. That. 3,000 wire. Holy shit. So I've got wire here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks. Top off the other one. And bam. Be able to turn in a whole bunch here. $3,000 wire. And let's start turning them in.
Milestone reached.
Ada's going to talk to me a lot.
Now find underground wells which can be pressurized to extract resources such as nitrogen, water, and oil. Nitrogen will contribute to more advanced aluminum parts.
Time to go fracking. Cool. So now let's select this one.
Milestone reached. Improved conveyor belts and lifts can now be constructed.
Beautiful. This one.
Milestone reached. Aerial transport of resources is now possible with the use of drones, ideal for shipping across long distances or difficult terrain. Ensure the presence of batteries at drone ports for optimal results.
Oh, batteries.
Part enables
That's
progress
gonna
to
be the next
phase.
huge project, probably. Although, no, probably not. Probably gonna do my mini factory
The hover
first.
pack enables aerial overview of all powered
Okay,
factories, as well as easy transport across multi-level buildings
That's
by
it, right?
wirelessly connecting to the
Okay.
power grid.
Cool. Okay, so obviously, gotta make me one of these first. Heavy modular frames, motors. Of course. There we go. Yes. Autumn Flicks. Hope you're doing
Autumn
well.
_flicks_ just followed.
Why did I craft 2 of them? Well, we'll just save one. Oh, we're just building up the factory. How are you doing? Oh, it's nice. Let's see. All right, still have my jetpack. Where am I looking for it? Top off those. Okay, so let's grab all the things I need. Just chilling. Very cool. Do you happen to play Satisfactory? My day's going pretty well. No complaints here. Let's see. I'll get concrete last. I think I might have enough of those already. So we'll just grab a couple. Iron plates. Let's just round out the stack here. Grab a bunch of those. Few extra stacks of plastic. And then we'll just take the rest in. Oh, maybe not that much concrete. I forgot I need more casings. There we go. So, where is... we'll grab one extra stack just in case. All right. What games do I play? So far, a lot of Satisfactory. This has a lot of replayability in my mind, and the playthroughs are ridiculously long. Even a speed run is, I think, close to 24 hours. But other than that, I really like roguelites. Those are when I'm looking for something with a much quicker kind of pace or playtime. I'll play games like Hades or Brotato or Vampire Survivors. How about you? What kind of games do you play? That's at a weird angle. Oh well. Not playing too much. That does happen. Feels like it kind of comes and goes when I have lots of time to play and then not so much time. Full-time streamer? No. I just kind of do this for fun when I have the time. I just like playing the game, and it's fun to be able to hang out with people. I've played it a lot, so if people have questions, this tends to be a really cool community. So I'm happy to lend any knowledge I may have. Definitely more knowledgeable people, but I do have quite a few hours in the game. Okay, so if I change this. Alright, let's find where we can line this up. So we want that on the middle. Just how close did I want to make this? When? Usually probably around this time is usually pretty typical of actually when I start. I think I started a little bit earlier today. And then I'll stream for, I don't know, 4 to 6 hours probably. Let's see. So is that the spacing I want? I know what I could do. Use my little measuring stick here. Okay, so from the middle to, it's hard to see. So from here, okay, to that line is 9 meters. So from here to, so I'd want the start of the machine right there. Okay. Can you ask me something? Sure. I mean, you've asked me a bunch of questions, so I don't see why not. All right, so I want the start of the machine, not the. Okay, so if I put that right there, that should make it. Yeah, that would be even with the end of the refinery. Oh, I guess not quite the end of the refinery. It's actually where the bowl is. So one more would be. And some custom designs. Oh, that's really cool. Currently, I am not in the market for any designs or anything. But I wish you luck. Alright, so now that has the floor hole. So I think I can just delete all this. And of course it's going to leave a canister. So I need 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's make sure these are all going to line up, right? Okay, so it's lining up. Everything's lining up. Awesome. Okay, so let's throw down some more. So let's go to blueprint. And more motors. Did put it on my hotbar. Perfect. Why? There we go. Let's make sure. Yep, still lining up. Haven't messed it up yet. Ooh. Right, as I say, I haven't messed it up yet. Perfect. Okay, so there and there. That should be the last one. And it is lined up. I got my spacing right. Heck yeah. Okay. Just before I spam out all the rest, let's make sure this looks right. Perfect. Okay, so let's grab. Oh, this is going to be a pain, isn't it? Still can't get to it. Oh, snap underneath. Okay, there we go. Okay, now I can grab this and delete this. And that one. Okay, so now. Oh, I need one more. more motors. Grab the rest of them. Ah, cool. Okay, so now let's get this. Where did? Oh, my measuring tape. That's right. Power shards. That's right. Time to cheat. Cool. Okay, so that should be last one. Nice. I don't think these are actually blue, right? Or they should be blue. I'm curious if I reload the game if they'll actually come out as blue, because I'm like pretty positive that was the color. It used to be if you just like hovered over it, it would change color. Or maybe you needed to use the custom? No. I don't know. I'll just repaint them. I know these are all water. Alright, and then... Wait, how much are these? Oh yeah, these are only putting out 100. Why did I make these Mark II pipes? Well, I certainly don't want to redo it all. So let's just do... Oh. That's interesting. It even let me place these even though I haven't unlocked them in the shop yet, I don't think. Well, shoot. If I want to keep things consistent. Of course, I'm missing screws. Please tell me that box has screws. Yes. Wrong thing. That's fine. Okay. Let us see. Oh, I don't. I'm so dumb. Oh. Okay, so print. Oh, 12. Plenty. So let's just buy them so I can keep things consistent. Is it under management? I don't even know. Clean pipes, clean pipes. Those are actually really useful. Okay, what am I at? 6 of 12. I definitely don't need those right now. So we got 6 more. Ooh, quarter pipes. Oh, the inverted. Ooh, the inverted ramps. Gates are nice too. Architecture. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I've gotten most of those already. Oh, coated concrete's really nice. Shoot, I need more coupons. Okay, so wait, was there anything that was like 4 or less? Because I would really like the inverted ramps, to be honest. I think I want those more than I want the quarter pipe. So with that, lights control panel will be useful to finally get. What am I at? I'm at 10. But yeah, might as well just get these. Okay. There's all my coupons. Alright, so the whole reason for that is now I can actually use these same pipes. But these are going to paint black. Yep, that's right. Oh, and because... Okay, so I made these blueprints in a different save, and so the pipes are just going to be a different color unless I go through and redo it all. That's really silly. I should not have I should not have done it like that. Because now I'm going to have to change all the other ones to the other side. But that's okay. Just try to color within the lines and not accidentally paint half my factory the wrong color. I like this darker purple anyways. Okay. So now let's just repaint all these before I add more and more pipes and make it harder on myself. Okay, so now, I don't know why I'm running back over here. I feel like, there we go. I missed that. Awesome. So, yeah, and these really only needed to be Mark 1. I guess I could have just gone through and changed the actual pipe, but, you know, we'll just do Mark 2. Do I want to do Mark 2? No, actually, I think I want to do Mark 1 with no indicator. Because then it'll be the same as the water pipe. And they don't need to be Mark 2. So let's not. Alright, so all of that painting was now useless, but it didn't really take that long. Actually, not all of it. I needed to repaint the fluid buffers, or else they would have been the only thing the wrong shade. That would have been weird. Didn't mean to run up there. Oh no, I've been leaving just plastic everywhere. Damn it. Working with a full inventory is the absolute worst. I forget to just drop stuff off so this doesn't happen. Okay, so let's find... Oh, wait. Nope, that's right there. Is it from the very first one? Oh, what? Why is there... Oh, man. What a bummer. But I really hate leaving these crates everywhere. Forgot this one. Okay, got all those right. Yep. Yep. Okay, so Mark 1 no indicator, and we're back at it. So there we go. Bam, bam. Oh yeah, I need to actually... build the blenders on this side. But while I'm at it, might as well just finish changing all these. Okay, so looks like I have all the materials I need. All right, so let's see. So yeah, from there to there it's 9, but from here, the actual edge of the machine, yeah, it's 10. So if we do, that's where I want the edge of the machine. Let's go back to the right hotbar. That's right. I forgot about this one part. Okay, so I forgot that this is also going to be farther out. Alright, so I can't quite remember. This is way too big of an area, but it's just easier having it be too much than too little. Alright, get rid of blooper mode, and there we go. Don't fall off. Alright, so we're gonna line up the open. There we go. So that can go straight through, and then we'll come over here and I eyeballed it pretty good. Perfect. Cool. So now let's just throw on the filter so I don't accidentally delete my machine here. And replace it all. Bada boom, bada bang. We're in. Okay, and I can delete this one. And I think that should be like the same spacing, right? Let's make sure. Yep. Yep, that looks right. Cool. Okay. Let's spam down some blenders. So there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not where you're supposed to go. So I think that was 9, 11, or I just can't count. Alright, so before I add the other pipes, let me just recolor these. Alright, Mark 1, no indicator. And let's get these in here. All right. Oh, first time getting to use the Mark V. Oh, yeah. So. Okay, so how do I want to do the next part? Oh, water extractors. Didn't even think about that. So I think the way I want to set this up is, for simplicity's sake, where am I looking? Water extractors. So I'm just going to do one for every blender. Not even close. Ooh, do I have rotors here? I do not leave rotors. There's no way I have 240 though. Well, let me see how many I do have. I should have some in that other container. So it would be nice just to get an idea of the layout. Okay, so got 100 of them. Any more of the reinforced? Got those at least. I'll take that stuff. Okay, so at least I can get kind of an idea here. Alright, so how much farther can this... Oh, just one. That works for me. Without clipping into that thing. I don't think I'm going to add a roof to this whole area. I feel like it's totally fine to just be out in the open. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking... Because the crude oil is going to come up. Should I have my way to get down? Which side should it be on? Let's bring them in from... Yeah, they're both going to come in from that way. I'll probably have them come along this line. Let's just add it. Let's get that out of the way. So, pipes, and let's get, so it's going to be on this line. So this is definitely going to need to be marked too. Alright, so this one... Yeah, I might as well just run them side by side. Let's see, why not? That's not very close. Oof. Yep, missed that. Alright, so into there, and then... So, 1, 2... Well, let's turn it. There we go. Cool. So that's how oil is going to get in. So, yeah, you know what? We'll just add it over here, I think. So, I'd rather do it with foundations than with the catwalks. Let's actually go. Oh, it's actually probably a great distance. Cool. So just a real basic, some walkways to get around. Because, and actually what I could do, not that thing, okay. So I think I'll place them backwards. So the back is facing in. And I'll just run the power along the top. But I'm hoping, or curious, so if I do it, if I place this here, can I still get it to like, it will. Okay, cool. So this way I could get them all like centered, but still like touching the back here. Oh, that's cool. Because now, if I switch this to horizontal to vertical, and I do that, they'll all just look like this, and I can easily just add a pump. And I'll only really need one. And then same thing with the power. We'll just run it straight up to there. So then when I put a pump here, it's still not clipping into anything when I attach it. Yeah. And then I can just run the power all the way down. Ooh, I like this. And I'm pretty sure I got all the distances right so that this, if I don't place it completely sideways, this should just be lined up with the next one. Because it's on the middle tile. Middle tile, yeah. So I got all my spacing worked out right. Ah, that's beautiful. And yeah, this is just the perfect distance so that it's not too weird or anything. Awesome. Alright, so we need this to go out further. Oh, autosave. Cool. Probably one more. And then, so the question is, how far is it? Okay, so from the tile that it's on, right? Yeah, it's 5. Okay, so let's see if I can figure this out. How many fuel gens? Ooh, that's a good question. I think 160, because they're all going to be maxed overclocked. I'm doing what would have been a modded playthrough, but then they added it to the advanced game settings, and I'm just spawning in power shards so that I can overclock everything, because I just don't have the computer that can handle building the amount of machines I want. So I'm gonna have to cheat to do it. When the game completely comes out, I am gladly gonna do a completely vanilla playthrough, but Probably not for this one. Obviously not for this one. I've been cheating this whole time. But how you doing, Tesla? Hope you're having a great day. All right, so spam as many as I can. Oh, or fall in the water. Then I'll have to go back and get more rotors. But might as well knock out what I can. Actually, let's do no indicator. Who needs indicators? Okay. Yeah, you know, I'll just finish. Let's just put it in now. Pretty sure this is. Let's see. Oh yeah, Mark 1 will be fine. I think. Famous last words. I mean, I could put it on the vertical part. I just don't want to. I wish these would snap. But I am on the last tier. I just removed my space elevator because it was in the way. It bothered me that where I put it, the giant moth kept flying through it. So I just actually unlocked the Mark V belts earlier this stream. So I haven't unlocked the nuclear, or I think there's probably one or two other things I haven't unlocked. But I've unlocked most of the milestones. There's still a couple things in the MAM I really need to unlock. But for me, I really like the end game when you have everything unlocked and you can build big factories at much more efficiency than with the lower speed belts and whatnot. So I take it you play. What have you been working on, or how's your Satisfactory world going? I should have changed the color. All right, which one did I pick? No indicator. Getting to tier 7, very cool. It's a decent little jump in the requirements for the space elevator parts. From in the part of the game where you're at, and then the last bits are just an insane amount, really. I'm pretty sure that when the game fully launches with the 1.0, to complete the game is probably actually going to be a lot easier. than it is now. I think they just kind of gave us a huge goal to give us something, and it kind of helps stress test the game. Is that lined up? Nope. Where's the green? There it is. So I guess, so if you're in, you're working on getting to tier 7, so in 5 and 6, have you been doing a good amount of fuel power in your build? Ah, very cool. I really enjoy trains. This is actually the first train station I've built, and it has nowhere to go. I do trains probably a little different than I would say most people do. And I definitely did the kind of typical huge loop around the world in my first playthrough, and it works really well. And you super viable. I just prefer not to anymore, especially with the power tower and zipline changes. I used my railroad to get around a lot, but now I don't feel like it's as needed. And so I really like to just do push-pull trains. So this is going to be, there's just going to be one train on this track. It's going to take the leftover polymer resin from this coast, and I'm just going to build this track all the way around, and it's going to come over to the other oil, and it's going to feed the plastic and rubber probably factories that I'll put over there. But over this area, I am just doing power. And I forgot what I was doing. Okay, well, I got all those in. I guess I need to go back and that is always the trick with power is you need to make sure you left yourself enough so you can upgrade to get more. Which starting area did you pick? Was it the grassy fields? I guess I didn't ask. Is this your first playthrough that you're on? Oh, come on. There we go. First playthrough grassy fields, very cool. Yep, that is definitely where I went for my first playthrough. Update 7. Okay, very cool. I think I bought the game right after update 7 came out. So that's about how long I've had it. And my very first one was, oh no, I do have another train. I'm silly. I totally forgot that I had one going to aluminum. But it's a great place to start. I highly recommend everybody start in the grassy field just because you've got a lot of everything. You've got lots of foliage, and it is a good starter. I think how most people feel is once you get to a certain part, you kind of recognize that, yeah, if I do another playthrough, I'm going to choose one of the other ones because there are challenges. Like I can't even remember what this area is called. The terrain is really tough to work with in the early beginning, and so I made sure I went and got foundations like right away, because without foundations, building on this kind of an area is just a nightmare in my opinion. So I think the no foundation challenge is not one that I will ever take. So this is my super messy factory. The way I like to play is I pretty much rush to get everything unlocked, and then I'm going to replace all of this with an actual nicer looking building and everything, probably down in that valley down there. But for the meantime, I just need everything to work. Let's see, do I need on rocky desert eventually? Yeah, I think that's a very natural and smooth transition, because you're like down in here, and then yeah, most people would probably go up here for the oil, and then you kind of move into the rocky desert. And the nice thing about the rocky desert is you just have so many resources to use, so pretty much whatever project you're looking to work on next, you'll probably have the resources. The only thing that is tricky about anywhere you go is aluminum is pretty much all only in the center of the map. Let's see, where are my rotors? Where did I put those? There they are. I really need an organized place. But yeah, I would definitely go to Rocky Desert. That's a solid next move for any of your next factories. Alright, I don't know if I need those, but we'll just grab it. What else did I need? Probably some more concrete. What else? I don't think I need rubber. Can never have too much fuel. Grab some more sheets. After I go to tier 7, I'll go back to the architectural designs. Yeah, I know that feeling. I wish that I was at least any bit organized in my very first playthrough, because it got to the point where it was just such a nightmare, and I just never wanted to go back to my starting area because of just how bad it all was. And I think not too long after that, I just decided to start over, which is silly because with this game you can get everything unlocked and you can just delete it all and rebuild it. And I don't know why I thought that. Man, why are some of these ads so loud? I don't think I need any more of those. No. I'll just grab more concrete. I think that's probably the safe bet. One more of those. It is always a bummer when real life gets in the way of good video games. But I know what you mean. That's the bummer with this game is it's a ton of fun to play. Like, I love playing this, but holy cow. It's a lot of time. Right now I don't mind, but yeah, I mean, even just this, it's 34 hours into the playthrough, and it still feels like I haven't really done much. Like, I plan on deleting all of this once I can rebuild it in a better way. But at the same time, I really like being able to have games that easily take up that much time, and I enjoy it. Oh, that was weird. I know that. I know that problem pretty well. Yeah, it's being able to go in with a plan definitely just makes everything a lot easier. I think I think it was oil where I realized that I just couldn't keep all the numbers straight in my head, and my handwriting is awful. So trying to write this down was just not going to happen. So that's my first playthrough. Once I got to oil, that's where I started using a spreadsheet, really just to like be able to write things down, and then it just escalates into planning out like half of my like playthrough is on like a spreadsheet practically. But it just makes it so much easier being able to do that part. And but then really, no matter how much you plan out, like the spacing of machines and all that sort of stuff, it's just way too hard to actually plan out completely. And yeah, I know that feeling. It took me a while to find out where I wanted to put this platform, just because I wanted this train line to be able to run through that gap and not have to go up or down and not clip into anything. And it's just, it would have been a lot easier if I just gave myself more wiggle room or didn't care about certain things. But I'm sure like most people have their own kind of rule of thumb with clipping and that sort of a thing. I can't remember. There's a bunch of really popular streamers and content creators for this game, and I think a lot of them kind of have a very similar rule of thumb. But I want to say it's Bits, I think, talks about it the most. It's just kind of, as long as if it's a moving part, I don't want it to clip through anything. I don't want belts to clip through anything. It looks weird. But if it's a completely static piece that may or may not have as much functionality, I'm okay with it. So, like for me, I'll clip the power cables through foundations, through all sorts of stuff to hide them, just because I don't want to look at them. But as far as like conveyor belts, I'm against clipping them through things. I think it just looks better without it. Okay, so the middle needs to be right here. But yeah, the math calculations, oh boy. It's funny because they lure you in with such easy math and equations and everything in the beginning. It's kind of like 60 per minute here, 30 per minute here. It's all so simple and easy, and then you start to get to the end game and you start dealing with like, why does this have like, why does it come out to 5/8? Like why is it such weird numbers? I can't lock these, can I? Oh, I can lock it. Oh, but that's still not close enough. I just wanted to get it like right up against it without clipping inside. That looks good enough to me. All right. So if I got the spacing right, let's see, mark 1, no indicator, should be straight in. Cool. All right, so let's spam down a bunch of water extractors. Not out there. Oh, I forgot I was going to add a water fluid buffer. I think there's probably enough space to do it if I wanted to. Yeah, no, I feel the same way when you... some machines I'm just going to slam next to each other, but yeah, like those really, really cramped blueprints that you'll see people build, I tend not to. Like most of my blueprints are actually just single machines because it just gives me the most flexibility to place them wherever I want. I've done it before, but I don't really like the, placing 30 smelters in one 4x4 area just because I can. I like them being spaced out. If I need to work on anything or change anything, it's just so hard when they're so cramped together. Okay, so if I did want to add a fluid buffer, oh, this is probably not even the right height, is it? Be that height? Alright, so what would this look like? Of course I'm out of modular frames. Ooh, I don't actually know if I have any extras. I really don't want to have to go all the way back. Please. Got 30. Good enough. Alright, there you go. Okay. How often do I stream? That is a great question. So I think this is my like 6th day streaming in, I don't know, 10 or so days. I've been streaming a lot lately, but I've actually, before that, I think it was like 6 months since I had streamed. So I would like to do it a little bit more often. I'll probably be streaming for another, I would guess at least 2, 3, 4 hours would be my guess. I usually stream for, I don't know, 4 to 6 hours. Okay, so, so that is the right height. I mean, would it matter if I had... I guess it wouldn't matter if I had a valve. So I guess I could place it just right there. And then I could still... Where's the right one? No indicator. Go straight into there, then into there. And plenty of room for... And then I can just line this up right there. And I think... power will still... Let's just run it right there. Be there and there. Sweet. No clipping still. Okay. And then I could just change this to blue. And then I've got a little water buffer. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay. So I don't need that one. Ooh. Is this spacing going to work out? No, it's not. Okay, so instead of that, let's do a half 1 meter. And if we spin it this way, I think it'll look normal. Or I guess really
Tesla underscore J just followed.
I only need 1 tile. Oh, wait, how did... Oh, thanks for the follow. What am I trying to do here? Okay, so I think the easiest way is just to use that. Okay, so this is what I want. So we'll just have it be offset since I only need 1. There we go. And if I don't want it to be too weird, just put a 1 meter ramp there. If I weren't streaming, would I still talk? No. I guess it would just be all internalized. Internal monologue. So I guess that's half the reason I like streaming, is I can voice what I'm thinking, and it gives me a legitimate excuse to hopefully not look crazy talking to myself. But I do just kind of like narrating it, because even if no one's here, I like to upload my VODs to YouTube. Maybe one day I'll actually edit them into shorter, easier to watch videos, but editing is just kind of a pain in the ass. I don't mind it. I actually think it's kind of fun. It's just ridiculously time consuming. So as much as I would love to turn all of this into easily digestible YouTube content as well, it's just hard to sit down for that long and cut it all up, because that's really the longest part, without a good method of cutting up the content. It's what takes up a lot of the time. The actual editing, I really don't find bad at all. Where is that going? There we go. Oh, where'd you come from? Okay, so why in the world do you look weird? Did I start from the wrong spot? Even though it's horizontal to vertical, if you start here and go there, it'll give you a different shape than if you start from the top and go down. Well, now I'm out of modular frames, aren't I? Okay, so I guess I need more modular frames. How many more am I gonna need? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus the 12 on the other side. So I need 18 more of those. And let's make sure I have enough pumps too. Do I have everything for that? Okay, I do. I do really like the to-do list. Heavy modular frames. I am currently making... Ooh. It's like on the tip of my tongue, but let me just look at the good old spreadsheet. I'm making 8 a minute right now. I think my goal for when I set up like my mini mega factory, because I want to make basically what that starting area is now into a little mega factory where I make everything that I need for the build gun, essentially. So just not space elevator parts, but pretty much making everything else. I think my goal will be to make a whole 12. I'm not going to be making that many more when everything's said and done. It's one of those items you need a decent amount because like when you use them, you'll use a bunch. It's kind of like computers, especially because when you get to making the fuel generators, this just needs so many. Because yeah, when I actually figure out I'm gonna need 1,600 when I go just to build all of the fuel generators, and then 800 computers. Whew, 8,000 rubber and 8,000. Wow, that is gonna be a pain in the ass. Okay, so no modular frames. Let's go. Actually, let's just drop off a ton of stuff here. If I'm going back, I might as well bring back as much as I can. So I'm just going to leave most of this stuff here. Just not my fuel. Oh, just craft that when I go back. All right, whatever. Good enough. Ah, yes. So, one thing I will highly recommend is... So this is another example of... I basically use the advanced game settings for two major things that I just didn't want to deal with in this playthrough. One is so I could just give myself as many power shards as I wanted, so I could build as many machines as I wanted. The other one was to unlock the alternate recipes instantly, because this is actually like my 4th playthrough, and so I've done the whole, taking a tour around the entire world to grab all, I want to say it's like 94 or 96 hard drives that there are, and I just didn't want to do it this time. I just didn't want to have to go around and grab them all. So I'm using the advanced games settings to just give me the alternates as soon as I meet the requirements. So these two are just not great because of the amount of screws you need. This is the one that I'm using. So you don't need screws. You, let's see, what is basically concrete is what you're swapping it out for. But yeah, it's this is the recipe. I've never not used this one when you want to scale things up, just because you don't have the screws. You can basically make the entire thing out of just iron and coal, because you're not going to need the steel either way. But yeah, that's the recipe I always use for heavy modular frames. I think the only screws that I'm making in my factory is for the rare times that I need it. Because, no. Why didn't you grip on there? There we go. A lot of the equipment, like making a chainsaw or the hover pack or random things like that, they need screws. But for most things, you can actually get screws out of the entire production line with some alternate recipes. And there are some decent ones to make. Oh, come on. There we go. To make screws with the alternate recipes. But yeah, if I can avoid it, I just don't use screws. Like for the reinforced iron plates, I'll use the stitched wire plate, I want to say. It's the one that uses wire and iron plates. And then I'll use the iron wire recipe just so I don't have to use another miner, different types of ore or anything. I'm not sure if that's a visual thing or if that's actually red down there. Probably not the end of the world. I'm overproducing on most things. You know what? Let's just go right upstairs. Let me drop off some stuff. Okay, let's get that out of the way and that out of the way. Just drop that off. Okay. So I'm not using any mods. I'm just using the advanced game settings. Before, with this update 8 change, if you wanted to spawn in power shards or fly, or I guess you would have spawned in the hard drives before. It always sounded like a way I would like to play the game. Like it would be fun. And so I kind of figured that I would at some point. But now that they added it in the game, I don't need to install any mods. Although I've heard that it's a really good modding community, and the way it all works is it's really good. So if you are interested in mods or anything, there's some really good ones. It's just whenever a game is in early access, you're always going to have that kind of influx of No. So in Update 7, they don't have that. Advanced game settings is something that they only have, and you can only do it in the experimental build. So I think... So Coffee Stain is based in, I want to say Sweden. I'm like 90% sure it's Sweden. And with their culture, a lot of companies go on vacation during the month of July. So I think a very, very high percentage of the office just wasn't working on the game for pretty much all of last month. So my guess is we're going to start to see some new updates start to roll out, next week or the week after, now that everybody's getting back to the office. So hopefully this update will get pushed out, and then you won't have to worry about having to do the experimental bit of it. And I'm just forgetting what I wanted to bring back. So that's enough for all of those. And then I guess I should start to bring out stuff for all the fuel gens. It's going to take up like my entire inventory. Holy, 8,000 rubber. That's almost this entire thing. Oh, I can fit the entire thing. Alright, let's just take the 8,000. Cool. Rubber down. Let's see. Can I grab enough? No, only 6,000. Oh, well. Yeah, we'll just take all of it. I won't be able to bring a whole bit of any of those. Oh, that section throws it off every time. There are some really nice changes that they made with this update 8. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to finalize it and get it pushed out. Because there are obviously a couple things that need to be fixed before it's like truly launched and replaces update 7. But things like these power towers are amazing. You can stretch the cables. I think they said it was like 3 times as far as a normal distance between the power poles, and it just makes such a big difference not having to place just a million power poles to stretch your power, and it makes for zip lining way more convenient now that you won't automatically get knocked off. Let's see, what else did they add? The blueprint changes are huge. So, okay, yeah, absolutely. I think I can answer that. So, the game is officially on update 7 right now. So, there are 2 branches, I guess, versions of the game. There's experimental, and then there is the early access. So what everyone gets when you download the game is the early access. You have to go in, like if you have Steam, I only know how to do it on Steam. If you have Origin, I'm not sure. But I think in Origin, it just shows up as 2 different versions of the game, so it might even be easier. But with Steam, you actually have to like right click on the game, and you need to go into, I can't remember which setting, but it's in there under like properties or whatever. And then it'll re-download the game as the experimental branch. So the experimental branch is their way of putting out the update and saying, hey, this is like what the next version of the game is going to look like, but it is going to be extra buggy. Like this is for, the diehards to test out the game, give them feedback and all that sort of a thing, and let them kind of test it out with a much bigger set of people. So I decided I really wanted to test it out. So I've been playing in the experimental build. But once they work out these bugs, so hopefully I would guess by the end of the month, your update 7 will just automatically turn into update 8. You'll just update it. What you want to do is make sure that you back up the save. Just Google like where your Satisfactory save file is. It's really easy to find. But their big goal is for old saves to always still be playable. I think that they're really proud of the fact that there are like original saves from back in like their like alpha or beta testing days that still work on the new updates. Like a whole bunch of stuff may not work well or may be broken, but like you can load and you can play the save sort of a thing. So you should not have to worry about when the new update comes out. You won't have to create a brand new game or anything like that. Your game should just work, to be honest. I would make a backup of your save file just in case. Just because, I mean, it would suck if something happened. But from what I've seen and heard, they're really good at it, at making sure that the saves keep working for everybody. Left all of that upstairs. Okay. Rearrange some cargo here. Inventory. So I need... What did I need? Rotors. Iron plate. Probably some copper. Leave that rubber. Okay. Let's just fly off the edge here. Oh, that's farther away than I thought. I didn't grab concrete. Silly me. Okay. Let's just do this. It's a good thing I don't need concrete. There we go. Ooh, that autosave was autosave and the jetpack are an interesting combo. All right, so let's. Can I just use a bunch of fuel? Okay, one of these has to have concrete. Yeah, there we go. So let's just swap out the stuff. Okay, back day. What did I want to do? Okay, let's see if I can get the spacing the same out over here. Wait a second. Did I? Oh, that's right. They're not going to be quite the same. What does my wife think about gaming? Well, I don't have one of those, so makes my life easy when it comes to gaming. But how about you? Do you have a wife that has opinions on gaming? So it should be, there we go. Oh, not the extractor. Ah, very cool. I think that's a good balance, you know? So Is that- Oh, yeah, I guess that is the same. Okay, let me do this. But yeah, I live with a married couple, and so that seems to be, I mean, thankfully for both of them, they both game, so it kind of probably helps with the understanding of it all, I think. That looks a little bit weird, but it's okay. But honestly, I kind of feel like it's the same kind of attitude. It's probably best to take with most things. As long as you get in the important things, make sure you have your priorities straight. Then knock yourself out. Enjoy some games or a drink after work or whatever. It's got to make sure you got your priorities straight, you know. Does she game at all? I'm actually really excited for this update to be fully released because I actually got the couple that I live with, since they both game. I got them into Satisfactory, and we just like binged the heck out of this thing, just no lifed it for like a whole weekend, and it was just so much fun because we have a spare computer in the house that we just set up as a server, so it was just like up all the time, and it was a lot of fun. So with some better updates, I think it'll be even more fun. Just multiplayer, and especially the dedicated servers, definitely need some love. And I think that's going to be, unfortunately, just one of the last parts of the game they really get to. So it's going to be unsupported for a bit. Just not into it anymore? That definitely happens. Ooh, this spacing is not the same. How did I... It's not as much space as I thought I had. Oh, yeah, I think I gave myself a whole other tile on that or foundation, which probably would make the spacing a little bit better. And since I'm just a sucker for symmetry, I think that's gotta be what I do. Oh, what a bummer. Okay, so just gotta move it back. That's just the easiest thing to do. Just redo half of it. I'm sure you know this feeling. Like, oh, it almost fit, and I'm just one foundation off. Lucky me. Okay, but now it makes sense. Alright, so wait, can I? No, you can't nudge. Oh, what a bummer. But we can make sure it lines up the right way. Do I just need to delete that one? Alright, so like there? Ah, yeah, there we go. Okay. So let's just delete these. All right, so now it'll be lined up the same as the other side. Oh, autosave. All right, let's delete that one. Don't think I'll need those, so this can be half. Okay, so now I can place fluid buffers. I could probably just make this standard and not have to repaint them all. And then I'll forget, and a whole bunch of things that I'm going to build next are all going to be blue. Because that's the way it works. How do you know if I'm doing things correctly? Ooh, that is an excellent question. So I guess what exactly mean? Like which, like that it's all just gonna come together and work, sort of a thing? A lot of the times what I'll do is I'll power on like one step of the production chain at a time to make sure that it's working. So like with this, if I had turned on all of the refineries to make sure that they're turning that crude oil into heavy oil residue, and then turn on the blenders, sort of a thing, or a lot of the times I'll do that, and then the other advantage is the beginning or the step before is pretty much like always maxed out and waiting. Oh, yeah. But in general, no, I don't know. And I'm just kind of winging it, and we'll find out when I connect power. It is definitely a challenge. The bigger the builds get and more complicated, oof, it is so easy just to have one thing facing the wrong way or not actually connected or just a million different things. And then you get to run around and try to figure out why it doesn't work. So, come on, snap to, there we go. Let's just do that here. Okay, so the pumps. That's the other part I need. All right, so let's just set it somewhere in the middle. Let's do it right on that line. All right. Which now, there we go. We'll just go this way. Anytime. You are welcome to stop by and chat. Anytime. But I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping by. It was great chatting with you. And good luck with the honeydew list and getting to tier 7. Ooh boy. Okay, so yep, power's in the wrong place now. So, but actually, I think running it right there is probably for the best. Maybe go right down the middle. Yeah, I think that's where I have it on the other side. Okay, cool. So, oh, missing cable. Some cable. Some more cable. Iron plates and concrete. Okay, I think that's all I need. Plenty of wire. Okay, so oh, that's I've got everything I need. 0 iron rods. Way to go. Alright, so there's rods and rods. Cool. Now I've got plenty. Let's take the shortcut. Alright, so let's just go down. Alright, so now let's just make sure all of the pumps are also connected. Oh, and then I'm gonna have to make sure I have all of them overclocked. Alright, and then let's just run this. Right there's the middle point. Let's figure this out. Okay, so wait. Did I already started this in? Let's see if we can get it the same. Okay, so okay, yeah. Same as the other side. Okay. Oh, and now the pumps. That's right. And then we got to go through and power shard them all. So I think I'm just going to overclock them to 200%. Because I need 200 water from each one of these. So I could save myself a little bit of power by making it only 200. But I don't think it's the biggest difference, and I'd rather just have all the water I need. Okay, so, oh, wrong button. I think I threw them all in a box. But not that box. There we go. Alright, let's just start at the end or else I'll forget one. Alright, so throw 2 in there. Cool. One side done. It is too bad there's no copy and paste feature for these. Okay, so now that I changed that up, now my spacing on here is messed up, which is a bummer because it was really even. But I'll push back. Okay, and then I guess just fill that in. So I guess really this one could be a half. Right? Or no. Wait. Ah, yeah, okay. That's what I meant to do. So half there, and then goes to here. Oh, except for need another half. It doesn't need a clip in there. Alright, so we can do just the half 1 meter. Just like that. And then 1 meter ramp. Ooh, come on. Wait. Snap onto the right thing. Okay. Guess we have to do it from up here. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, victory. Use the restroom. Be right back. Okay, I am back. So, I think water extractor business is done. As much as I love that name, I think I'm gonna change it. Let's go with so this is it's just exporting resin. So curious, where exactly is this gonna? Oh, that ends up working out too perfect, actually. Okay, wow. So the other option is we do it up there, and it gives me way more walking room, and I think I like that better. So I left all of my aluminum sheets somewhere. There we go. So let's just do this. So where is... I can find it. Let's see. Nice. Alright, let's wait for this autosave. And then, whoop. Nice. Right angles. Lift it up so it's not in the way. Wait a second. I'm gonna guess okay. So say if that one's not right on the half line, I bet you the other one isn't either. Nope. That's okay. Easy fix. And now we're back to right angles. Beautiful. Okay, so let's do the same sort of thing where... Which line did I keep things the same? Cool, cool. Grab ourselves the splitter. I think it was actually... Oh, I didn't realize I had them set up backwards. Or different from each other. That's really interesting. Okay, so... Just... Alright, so I'll just set it up the same. There we go. Yeah, there we go. And one more. That should fit, right? Yep. I don't know if I ever actually connected the... we go. Figure I should probably do that now. Just make sure it's all lined up. Realize that I screwed it all up again. Okay, now I can grab the splitter. Okay, so let's do it right there. 1, 2, 3. Yep, straight into there, and do the same thing I did there. Find out the right spot. Perfect. All right, so let's run this back. Cool. And that is our resin going into a train. Although I'm going to need to set up smart splitters and some awesome sinks. Actually. Well, we'll figure that part out. Okay, and the other thing I'm going to need to set up is fluid buffers for all of this fuel. Because these go into a few different pipes since each one is making 200. Normally, I would try not to fill up pipes completely, but I should be able to, and I'm going to be stubborn about it, so I'm just going to fill them up to 600. If I don't get the absolute most fuel efficient setup, then, well, it's just a bummer. Okay, so those 3 get grouped. These 3 get grouped up. Alright, and then these 3. And then the last 3. Man, nudge is great. I love it. Okay, so I need plastic. Well, I'll just go place these in the right spots over here. Let's see. Well, I already did that. Alright, so then these. Let's nudge it to the right spot. That really is just one of my favorite things, and it makes it just so hard to not play the update 8. I actually don't think I would at this point. Like, it's just things like this where I just keep guessing the wrong spot and can nudge it over, so it's probably there. Yeah, it's just one off every time. Cool. So let's grab all these. Get them all connected. So Alright, I'm gonna do something kind of silly, I think. Where is... Hmm? What? It's weird. Hmm. Well, still says I'm live, but all of this, like, chat reconnected. I don't know if I've ever seen that happen. Well, hopefully stream didn't die. Guess I'll find out later. Alright, where is... There it is. So this is just kind of a cheesy way to connect up all the power. But like I said earlier, I don't really mind. Oh my gosh. Autosave. I am totally okay with clipping power through foundations. Oh, too long. Well, I'm trying to think. Do I want this train to be... No, I don't. I'll have the train be separate. So not gonna connect that. Let's see. So what if we made that a Mark II? Then, okay. It's just gonna make it a Mark II no matter what, I think. Alright, well. Do I... Oh, I know. Just do that. No, that's not what I want. Oh, this one's right on the line, which is perfect. If I don't fall in the water. Because then I can just have it go straight down. Just go there. And then, bam. Okay, so I think all the machines on the top and all the water extractors are on the same grid, which is going to absolutely skyrocket because I don't think that takes into consideration the overclocking until they actually get powered on. Alright, so let's fix these holes. Okay, so I feel like, oh, Zoop. Where's my Zoop? One short. There we go. Okay. Feel like that's supposed to be there. Okay, so this is looking good. All right. So if I'm not mistaken, no, I have not hooked up all the power. Did I just? What did I hook up? Just these blenders, huh? Let's see. That has two. Yeah. Okay. So the blenders are connected, but it's all connected in the front. So I think once I run the power to all of these, just in everything that's in a row should connect at the very end. All right, so that side is done. Nope, not this side. There we go. Ooh, not what I wanted. Okay. And there we go. All right. Almost done getting these all connected. There we go. Okay, so now what does it look like? Oh, that skyrocketed, didn't it? Okay, so yeah. Yep. This is going to use a shit ton of power. Oh, yeah. So, because normally they would use 75, overclock to 200. Each one of these is going to use over 150. Probably 175 or something. Ooh, boy. All right, let's go grab some plastic. Perfect. Do I have plenty of copper sheets? Okay. So go back to my pipe pop bar. All right, Mark II. So yeah, I'm just gonna have to. Bam. All right, there's one 600 pipe. second one. Number 3. And number 4. How do I want to... I guess centering them all 4 along 2 tiles. Would be better. Then you get, yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so think like this. And then one will go there, one will go there, and the last one there. And then it'll just run along 2. Wait for the autosave. Alright. Okay. Let's just go here. Perfect. And bring these 2 farther. So there and there. And 2. Perfect. Cool. All right. Well, let's all 4 of our pipes. Although, would it have been better to do the fluid buffer right after? I don't know, that just pushes it so far out. I think I'd rather do... I think I need to space out the fuel gens and figure how much space I have in between here and there. Okay, so... I guess I don't quite know where. I'll have to fine tune. Where it separates. Let's grab that, and I don't have any more concrete. Never enough concrete. Alright, so go with the 2 meters since that's what I'm going to use for railroad tracks. And let's go out as far as I think the platform will go. Ooh, I forgot about that thing. Okay. So that's actually... yeah, we're going to completely cover that thing. So I don't think I can destroy it. Right? Yeah, didn't think so. Looked a little too big. Alright, so I can just push that through there But in reality, okay, so yeah, I can only wait. So I can drop it down by 1, basically. Like maybe 1.5. Yeah, that would be the halfway mark. I wanted it to be able to dip down lower. Just for looks, really. Well, you know what? Let's just do it. You know, it's really? Is that the only part that's gonna stick up? If that's the case, whatever. I'm sure it'll get covered then. All right. So, do I have 4x4x4 metal? Perfect. Let's go with 7. Oh, well, I guess. Things kind of in the way. There we go. Okay, so now let's just delete the non-blueprint just to make this easy. How far back can we go? Actually, that's probably as far back. Then it can go a decent way that way, but not too far. Okay, cool. So oh, I did just make this entire thing grip metal, but really I only wanted. I'm so silly. Why did I make this grip metal? Okay. Do I want this to be a different color? No, we'll have it match the refining part of it. All right. Yeah, I only want the railroad track to be grit metal. This is... I feel like concrete goes with oil and fuel really well because that's kind of what gets used a lot. All right, so let's go back to concrete one. And now none of these are actually a blueprint anymore. Auto save. Bam. Okay. Oh. I guess I didn't quite line these up as well as I thought. Oh, that one was. Okay, let's try again. Blueprint. Oh, I tried to snap it to this instead of that one. That's totally what happened. Okay. So I think where did it go? Frame wall. Yeah. So I think this will still look pretty cool if I just run this basically all along the railroad track. Which side did I get it on? Oh, I got it on the outside. That works. Except for there's that weird gap. But I might as well place that later just so it's not in the way. Okay, so I probably need to grab way more stuff for the fuel generators, right? Okay, so do I have any steel pipes? I do. Alright, so let's just throw down more stuff. No, not those. Alright, just like everything else again. Okay. So I got... What did I think I only got the rubber and 6,000 of the quick wire, which means I need a ton of the other things. So is there even... Yeah, I just want every bit I can hold here. No, looking the wrong way. Okay. So 2,400 motors. Shit, that's 48 stacks. Dude. All these inventory. Actually, I have pretty big inventory. Just so rarely completely empty it. Well, it shouldn't be too bad. It's like 2 trips probably. Although I am forgetting all of the other pieces. Ooh.
Camilla Addison
Camilla
just followed.
Addison, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. Hello. Ah, that's good to hear. You happen to be a Satisfactory player? Let's see. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. That's more than I need. I only needed 2,000. Oh, not too shabby. No complaints here. Just trying to expand my power grid. How's your day? Well, I guess I asked you how your day going, and you said you're doing well. I'm just don't need these yet. Okay. Dump off the ones I don't need. Okay, and then my day is going pretty well. It's starting to get a little toasty, unfortunately. I'm not the biggest fan of summertime and all the heat. Okay, so I'm gonna need motors, but let's just clear those out. What if I add 80 of these? Ah, come on. And 80 of these. What? Oh, that's way more rods than I have out there. Is that way more than I need? Cool. So do that. And then, yeah, steel beams I'm probably not going to have enough of. It's okay. Alright. Kind of knew it was going to take me 2 trips. So that's alright. I completely missed. It's a busy day today. Well, I wish you luck. It's always nice if you can be watching streams when you have a really busy day, at least. So that's cool. Oh, you just got finished with the busy day then. Ah, well, congratulations. That makes more sense. I think most people are in that boat. It would be nice if you could just have streams in the background, but I think that's a little bit more rare if people can do that while they're working. So do you play any games for relaxation or mainly watch other people? Because I watch a fair amount of streams too. There's quite a few games that I'd much rather watch than actually play, which is always kind of funny. Graphic designer? Yeah, very cool. All right, one more trip, and I think I'll have everything. I'm sure that's not the case. I'm sure I'm going to need to go back and get more. But for now, it'll be good. Can I make it all the way up? Yeah. make sure we get enough of those. And then odors. How many? Exactly the entire container. Nice. Okay. Let's grab a few more copper sheets. And then I think the rest will be concrete. Alright, and I hope I grabbed enough of everything. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, so let's try to get a little bit of everything, I think. Oh, why did I grab all of them? There we go. 2. Okay, so cable. What else? Wire. What do I have? No wire? Okay, there's got to be a wire in that other one. Well, that's weird. Okay, and rubber. Let's go grab some rubber. And the power shards. Okay. So let's get the spacing worked out here. Ah, cool. Well, I am not in the market for anything like that, but I do always appreciate good art, so I would assume you have it posted on your Twitter or something. So if you follow me on there, I can browse your page and take a look. But not looking for anything for myself. I just stream for fun. But I do wish you the best of luck. Okay, so there's that one. Yeah, probably the main one first. Okay, so if I want to give myself like 2, probably 2. Question is, where do I anchor this? I didn't realize that like wasn't actually on the ground. That's funny. But whatever. So if it's there, I mean, I guess. Where am I gonna run the fuel lines? Oh wait, each one is gonna be its own, right? So I just need to be able to make a loop with it. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. Okay. So I don't remember if that's the color I was going with, but yeah, it's fine. Let's make sure everything's on here. Yep. Yeah, okay. So let's see. The main one, blueprint mode, snap to there. So there's 2, 3, 4, 5. Where did you go? Did one just anchor? It did. I knew it. Alright, so go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Okay. Oh, wow. Look at how much space I have. Oh, that's beautiful. I thought I was going to have way less space. Holy cow. Well, then that means I could probably even... I should shorten it probably by 1. Give myself even more room. Let's delete the one at the very end. Awesome. And then I can decide if I want to shave off any of that. But then I've got just a little bit extra to work with. Cool. So to finish this, really, we're going to need to think right there. Yeah. Okay. Gotta remember to snap it to this thing. Actually, so yeah, blueprint, snap it into place, and then nudge it actually to where it's supposed to be. Is that right? Does that actually like clip into it? Yeah. Huh. Oh yeah. Yeah, that doesn't that doesn't quite line up right. Oh. Oh, this is weird. I could have sworn I got this to work. Hmm. It's so weird. It's just that, like, actually, maybe it's this one. Oh, this isn't quite in the right spot. Ooh, that's what it is. Let's try replacing them. Ooh, I should have. Anchored it in place. Let's see. H. Okay, so that's right on that line. But yeah, it is weirdly off. It's really. I didn't remember it being like that. Hmm. Pretty sure that's how they all are then. Darn. Hmm. I don't think there's going to be a way around it. I think. Yeah, I guess that's just how it's going to be. It's just going to be a little bit off, and we're just going to have a little bit of Z fighting. Just not ideal. But the only thing, I don't need modular frames. The only thing I could think of would be to, I don't even know how I would edit it in the, I think you would have to build one and then like build off of it to place, like, yeah, because it's like that, like half block off, or the spacing is just weird, right? Like the middle of this and then the middle of this, it's just a tiny amount, but like that's essentially what it is. Huh. Yeah. So definitely not a perfect blueprint, but I... Alright, we're just going to make sure... Oh, let's just delete these. Okay. You know, just not going to worry about it. It's a good system. It'll work. There's just going to be that weird little clipping down the center of the path that I'm realistically rarely ever going to walk down. So, yeah. We will live and learn. And maybe the next one, I'll figure out how to do a little bit better. Nice. Okay, almost finished 2 rows. Alright, so grab that. Bunch more motors. Rubber. And oh. I forgot just how many I'm using for this. Holy cow. Did I even have enough space? I did. Okay, so quick way. Cool. I did not bring enough concrete. Silly me. So center it. Definitely not centered on anything. Okay, Let's see, can we, yep, that looks right. And then let's lock it in place. Was it, yeah, on the line there, perfect. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to place the rest of the concrete. Do I even have that much concrete? Oh, good. Be able to blow through this in no time. Ooh, that was a pretty bad misclick. Okay, so delete that. Blueprint mode. Engaged. Okay, so now let's see how far we can actually get here. Alright, well, at least I can finish. Ooh. This is gonna be close. That was not. What in the world? Is that not a blueprint? Alright, whatever. Oh, that's probably not. Of course, I'm just a couple shy. Well, steal that one then. Cool. Now at least I can finish these 2 rows. Alright, so the main blueprint. Oh yeah, this needs concrete. Alright, so just more containers everywhere. You know what? Just store it all and then take the fuel. No concrete. Bummer. Didn't want to have to go back. But if it's anything, I can't say I'm surprised it's concrete. Oh no. My aluminum production isn't as foolproof as I thought. Well, shoot. I wonder why I stopped running. Why did I run down here? This isn't connected. Well, it's got to be the water that just got backed up. So I'm pretty sure I can just go over there and flush it. So let me just grab a whole bunch of concrete. Maybe not that much. There we go. I feel like I was gonna be short wire. Probably need a few more of those. Top that off. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna need any of that. Let's grab a few more iron plates. And I'm probably too slow and I missed the train, right? Oh yeah. Where is... Oh no, it's right here. Okay. Wait. Oh no. It was just weird graphics. Alright, well, yeah, still no ingots flowing, so I'm gonna go check this out. Yeah, it is not carrying anything. Oh. What did I fuck up? It's gotta be the water. I will be so surprised if it is something other than the water. Okay, so water is full. Water is... Yeah, this water can't get... So, you know what? Full pipe network. We don't need any of it. It's so full. Oh, I flushed this one too. It's a different network, isn't it? These aren't connected. Wait, are they? Oh. I guess they are. Huh. Yeah, I guess that connects it. Interesting. Well. Whatever. It ran for a really long time before it stalled, so... That's so weird. But... Just gonna be lazy and take a half free ride. one of these on the way down. Let's see. Ugh. Oh, I got one. Oh, thank God. I was going to be real sad if I missed completely. Let's see. And here we go. Flung me off pretty fast, so. Oh, thought I had it. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, I ran out of juice. Ah, so close. It's really interesting that it refills your jetpack while you're on the zip line. Well, I don't know if it used to. I feel like it probably didn't. Alright, so I'm gonna get myself back over to that area. Then I'm gonna take a quick, like, 2-minute break, stretch my legs, go grab some more water. That's not supposed to be down there. Is it just one? That's just one. Alright. I did get it, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, that pipe looks funny. Let's look this way instead. Alright, so I will be right back. Where is... Oh, wow. Blends in so well there. Awesome. Alright, be right back. right. All right, so let's get rid of that. Okay. So, all right, where were we? Oh, an autosave. Well, I guess I can just use up some of this, right? Let's lay down some more. Okay, so I think that should have emptied some of my inventory. Grab that. Let's see, heavy modular frames. Take some of the concrete. All right, what else? Plastic. Metal beams. Love the beams. Not in that one. No. There we go. Alright, so... Oh man, I misclicked another one. Where did it go? Yep. Alright, that's it down there. Is that... Oh, one more. There we go. Alright, now... Line it up, lock it in place, and smash it together until they clip. But yeah, I mean, it's the right spacing that I wanted. Just didn't quite line up like I thought it was going to. Oh well. Yeah, I thought one of them was the wrong thing. Alright. Yep. Just felt wrong. Alright, so come on. Where are you? There you go. Come on. It's really annoying game. Dude. This is just awful. Stop. Why is this a thing? Alright, more motors. I was pretty sure I brought all the rubber I was gonna need out here. Did I really not? Huh. That's so weird. Well, let's see if we can get the spacing. Okay. The other thing is, how do I want to do this? I guess no matter what, it's going to be a little weird. Alright, let's just go with not blueprint. And alright, let's lock it. Yeah, I think. So if I do that, can I run? Where is this? Is it right on the inside? Oh, it is, isn't it? So then that's going to go there, and then this one would be able to run this way. Yeah, just not weird like that. Perfect. Okay. That spacing is great. Okay, so go back to the other blueprint. Blueprint mode. And nudge it into place. Okay, so that would be all 4 rows on this side. So let's see. Oh yeah, this whole row is extra. Do I have the cargo? Inventory. I don't know why I keep saying cargo. I'll fix that later. Figure out how much I want. Okay. So I think it's all the spacing. I guess I'm just short rubber. It's weird. But okay. Unless it's... Yep, not in here. Darn. I really thought I had everything. So, pretty sure I have everything else. Maybe bring a few more copper sheets just in case. Ooh, it missed. There we go. Just likes to keep me on that same path. I guess this one's too sharp of an angle to actually change to. Maybe that's why. But going the other direction works. Huh. Okay. Finally enough back and forth. Let's build some stuff. So, but I don't have computers. Of course. Why am I? Oh, it's scrolled up so far. Okay. I don't have like none here. Really? Computers. Okay, now let's build some. Oh, of course. Miss. All right. What am I? Motors. Oh. Oh, wait. Did I throw motors in here? No. I just put concrete in there. Dang it. Okay. Gotta be over here. Yep. Too many motors. Let's go. There we go. That's all the motors. Oh, wait. It's quick wire over here, too. So, let me grab. Okay, that's all those. That's most of that, anyways. All right. Let's throw down some more. And no quick wire. Alright, so that's all of that I need. Let's see. A couple more of these. And cool. So everything but the rubber, which is in this one. I better have enough. Oh, just barely enough. But which means I probably won't, because I've probably like deleted one of these and had to like replace it or whatever. And now it counts off or something silly. But we'll figure that out. Let's see. That place where it was supposed to. I guess it did. Okay. Oops. Ah. All right. All right, so far so good. Let's go with the main one. Oh. Out of rhubarb. Let's see. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I actually need 11 more. There we go. Am I gonna be just tiny bit of quicker? That's that's weird. Okay. The motors. Wow. So yeah, out of everything, it's gonna be. Let's get rid of that. Quick wire. Can go check that one real quick, just because I'm gonna be sure one of these things. How in the world did I end up being like 24 short on quick wire? That's so weird. Yes. Oh, thank goodness. One stack there. Okay, so now I should be able to finish this. Bam, 160. Not too shabby. Oh man. Let's see. Will I be able to do it from up here? Right. Yeah, I can. Oh. This is so annoying. It was there. There we go. Nice. All right, and then I'm gonna do same thing. I'm gonna do the inside one. Oh man, I missed. All right, so from there to there, from here, let's get up there. All right. All right. Just 2 more rows. I missed. Is it easier from down here? No. Clicking it just isn't easy. I think clicking on it's easy no matter where you are. Just the wires themselves get in the way, which is just really weird because you can't really interact with them. All right, last row of doing this. Ooh, so close. Whew, all right. So the machines themselves aren't even connected, but that's how I wanted it. So let's get to our pipes hotbar. And I'm trying to think. Yeah, this has to be Mark II. But let's go no indicator. And then, let's just start outside, work our way in. Where? Oh, that doesn't look right. Yeah, it's gotta be there. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it is just one in from the middle. Nice. Although, definitely didn't get the right pipe on some of this. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So let's. It's just easier to do it while you're running on top, I think. Ooh, so close. No cigar. Nice, nice. No. Where did that go? Oh, I guess I should line up the middle, huh? Okay, so... Dun, 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 dun. Nice. Alright. It's like halfway down. These things are long. "20 fuel generators in a row. It's like a good amount of space. But this is basically just to help the... Oh wait, I didn't need to do that. It'll just curve right in. Boom, boom. It's usually when you loop systems like these, they just flow a little bit better. So that is what I am hoping. Finally ran out of sheets. Okay. Ooh, did I bring enough? Or am I going to have to go all the way back? I know there's more down here. Question is just how many? Ooh, that's quite a few. Okay. Means I will run out of plastic. Nice. That should be enough. Okay, so I think I've got enough materials to be able to finish this part of doing the pipes anyways. I think. Nice. All right, so on our way back, just back and forth with pipes. Lots and lots of pipes. Ooh, not quite. All right. All right. So that goes in there. Looking good so far. Nice, nice, nice. All right, I need to turn up the fans in my room. It is getting toasted. Nice. Okay, so last bit. But just because I think I started all the rest of them from the very front, I'm just going to do that. Ooh, I actually... I'm not sure if that one has any plastic. It's gonna be a bummer if I actually run out. 200. Ooh. I think that might be enough to finish. Let's see. All right, nice. Okay, so those were all piped up and looped. Cool. All right. Let's see. Oh, I have very little steel pipes actually. I won't actually be able to place very many tracks. Let's see. Oh, autosave. They're getting just that touch longer now. Alright, so let's get rid of that. Cool. Let's make sure there's no wiggles. Nice and straight. Okay. Do I have? Oh, I've got lots of steel beams. Okay, let's place the frames now because I really don't think I need that space for anything really. But let's get on the inside. Nice. I think that looks cool. That's clean. So the train gets to run through all here. Definitely stealing that from, or stole that from. I think I saw Its Bits do it first. It's like, oh, that's cool. I need to figure out how to run trains through my factories more often. Just looks cool. Alright, so I want to delete this part. Because every time I would fly in, it would bother me. Alright, so let's get ourselves the half foundation. There we go. So, let's see. Oh yeah, there's the whole getting the crude oil. I haven't even figured that part out yet. But now that I know the spacing, feels so long ago already. Let's try and do that. Okay, so now we've got this huge space. So let's work out all the different things I need. So I think I'm going to put a. I feel like it makes. Oh, I've got none of the things for a smart splitter. That's funny. Rotor air limiter, reinforced iron plate. So rotors. Air limiters. Did I miss it? I did. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I know I'm missing the last piece. Mark 5 belts. Okay. So now I can add in a smart splitter. Because, let's see. Let's get this lined up. Well, part of it actually I want to line up with the awesome sink. Alright. Just right there. We'll push it back. Yeah, that seems good. What is this? Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted it to snap to that one. Where? Man. Okay, so the front of it is on this line. But I don't think that's where I wanted it. Yeah, okay. That should be the same spot. Perfect. So I can to this way. I know it's in exactly the right spot. And all you gotta do is just make sure you redo that. Mark 5 lift. And there we go. And let's do the same thing on this side. Smart splitter. Is that the right spot? Yep. beam. And just gonna run it the length of, oh man. Can I not? Oh, that, oh, it actually nudges it. I wanted to just make it shorter actually. So I wonder, so if I start from this side, is it easier? Yeah, it is. Can be just, let's see. Oh yeah, I like that. Okay, let's do that. So start on this side, right through, right on top like that. And then I'm just going to hide the wires underneath, like I did with everything else. So let's just not fall in the water. And then, yeah, I could just run that straight to there. Although, I don't like that. So let's do that. There's the other one. Okay. Oh, where are you, little power thing? Eh. Let's stretch that far. Or are there? Wait, it seems kind of silly. It's got to be. Right here. There we go. And then. Aha. Perfect. Okay, so now the sinks are plugged up. Although, wait a second. Let's configure the actual smart splitters. So any and then overflow will go to the sink. So that way, never have to worry about polymer resin not getting dealt with and then our power shutting off. Overflow to the sink. Cool. And then after that, I need fluid buffers for the fuel. So I'm thinking that there's not a great way without it looking weird. Well, I guess just work somewhat backwards. So let's see, where would these come through? So let's run it. Just run it right on that foundation line. And then so you know, could be worse. I do think I'm gonna erase some of these though to make it like more of a gap. Then maybe instead of that, let's go. What if we did? Let's do the frame. Oh, we can do the same thing over here. Oh yeah, especially with the horizontal vertical. That's perfect. So I'll just be like right there. There and right there. And how's that look? Ah, money. Pipeline 2, no indicator. And I'm out of plastic. Shoot. Just gonna delete them. Okay. So okay. Oh, I need more. I think that I am completely out of plastic. Oh, just a tiny bit. Cool. That's not going to be enough, but it'll be enough to do one side at least. Okay, so I can figure this out. So if this is going to be the center, how much do I want to actually space these out? Probably a little bit, right? So that means putting it on like this one. So if I anchor that there, what does that look like? One farther. Let's see. So that means this one would have to be here. Skip that one, and this one would be here, and let's see, here. Unless I want to put them closer together. But I don't know. I think the spacing works out well. Yeah, I think this is good. I like that. Okay. So I can use this as like the center line, I think. So if one goes there, one's gonna go there. Right there. Ooh. Just too long. But I did get it, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. So how far these ones can come? We'll just have them go to there. Cool. Okay, so then they'll feed into the buffers, and then the buffers will head on down. They're like that. And I guess I could bring this in one closer. Because I really don't need it to be this far, right? So let's extending it that extra foundation. Will it still? Oh no, now it's too long. Oh man. Shoot. Alright, cool. Well, now it reaches. I'm just out of materials. But that's okay. And then, yeah, that's still plenty enough space to snake in there. Cool. I think I like that better. Can I... Ooh, almost. Okay, so let's just set this over here. Oh, it's always the worst. Took so long to get to finally snap, and then I forgot to have zoop on. Alright, so let's go one more. That's fine. We'll just delete that one. And then let's bring these back. Place it with that. And the frame. Ooh, can we get the frame in the right spot is the question. Perfect. So there's that. And let's get this side. I guess I really didn't need that extra one on the side, did I? That is a bit redundant, seeing as the whole frame is there. There we go. Cool. Okay, so got that cleaned up. Ooh, it's looking nice. Nice, nice, nice. I like this. Alright, so yeah, let's just get rid of all this. Alright, so I think I need to go back for plastic. Okay, so those. So I need 4 more of those. And then I guess some more. Just more pipe stuff, and then finishing up like the more of the aesthetics, like getting up here. Whoa. I bet you this thing was just crooked. There we go. Alright, let me see if I have much over here. No, I already took pretty much all of it. Alright, I have to go back for. Alright, well, let's just make a little bit of space just in case. I think of something else. Got quite a bit of concrete. Maybe some more steel beams for grip metal stuff. And then, yeah, I'll probably just do some sort of pillars. Around the outside would be my guess. Trying to think what else. Got that crate off the mini map. That's nice. Okay, so plastic. That should be plenty. So there's not. Oh, actually, hold on. Yeah, let's just bring it too much. 'Cause I still have to do the piping the crude oil all the way up. And yeah, that'll take a lot. But that should be enough. What else did I need? There was like one other thing. I've got the heavy modular frames. Yeah, no, it's just these. Oh, and I don't know. I've got tons of concrete, but we'll just grab 2 more stacks. I'm sure the pillars that I want, or whatever I come up with, will use a bunch. And off we go. So he turns like right there. So I think I'll probably just make my factory past him. Just be so much easier if he just flew by, but I don't have to worry about through or anything. See, maybe I'll just make it just out in this area. Oh, whoops. I wanted this one. Oh no. Oh, that was bummer. Oh yeah. I knew that was gonna happen. It happens every time. Nice. Okay, so then over here we go 1, 2. 1, 2. That's right. Let's bring all these up to here. Still clipping. Alright. Good enough. A little weird right there, but that's okay. Alright. Let's see. So then that would be... there we go. Let's go vertical. And then... let's see, can I... let's just try to match it up as best we can. There, perfect. Let's see. On the end of the third one, and then again. Well, that makes it really easy. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. So right there. Alright. Silly autosave before I fall in the water. Alright. It's there. 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 Let's see. 1, 2, 3. All right, so that should make this real easy. Ah, wrong pipe. No indicators. One, two. And line it up. 1, 2. And, ooh. That went all the way through. Okay. I was gonna say that's really short, and it is. Should be here, which is still really short, it feels. But oh, yeah, it'll get to the end though. So, all right, so let's just place all these here. R2, no indicator. Oh, where did that one goes there? Nice. All right. Okay, so let's get those industrial fluid buffers down and spaced out the same. And that should be the same spacing. Let's see, probably add at least one, probably two. Cool, cool, cool. Nice. All right, well, let's grab pipes and let's get this all piped up. Just work our way back. Getting pretty close to being able to turn this on, actually. Which is weird. This actually went pretty smoothly, even though quite literally the only thing I've done for the last... Holy cow, it's been almost 6 hours. But for anybody that's set up oil, and this is by the end of it going to take me from, I'm generating under 10,000 megawatts, just barely. I think it's like 9.5 or 9, maybe only 9.3 or something. I don't remember, but a little over 9, less than 10,000 megawatts right now, and this is going to add a solid 60,000. So it is going to be a very nice jump up. Let's see. Okay, so I did it on this line, didn't I? So that would make, let's see, so one was there, so one was going to be here. All right, 1, 2. Let's just check out the spacing. I think I kept it relatively close, right? Yeah, that looks about half a foundation. Okay, cool. Which would be, yeah. So that would put this one right there. 1, 2. And then this one would be right here. So 1, 2. Or actually, yeah, right there. 1, 2. Make it go a little bit farther. And then this one is going to be, let's see. That one's there, so here. 1, 2. go. It's a good baseline. And I can keep all the rest of these nice and even. Alright, so let's see. It's on either side of this, so 1, 2. This is, oh man, where is it? One in from the middle. Okay. So it's there, and then should be right there. Cool. So then with this one, I can go 2 farther. And then this one, 2 farther than that. And this one, go 2 farther even though. Cool. So now it's just getting the last bit in here. So yeah, we've got pretty much 2 tiles to work with again. So let's just try to keep it even. All right. Not too shabby. Oh yeah. This part. Gotta do the same thing on this side. Alright, so that one goes there. 2. That goes there. Let's line this one up. Perfect. Nice right angles. Alright, so Perfect. Okay, so oh yeah, the whole going and getting the crude oil. That's right. The part that you have to do before you can do anything else, really. I've set everything else up. Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, it's been 6 hours. I think I want to take a longer than 5 minute break, go get some food and all of that. So, thank you to everyone that came by and watched, chatted, and lurked, all that jazz. Made some really good progress on the world today. Added 160 completely overclocked fuel generators, and the factory needed to fuel them all. And then we've just got one last part, is grabbing the crude oil from over there, belting it over, and then starting to turn the whole silly thing on and making sure everything actually works the way it's supposed to. I am pretty confident in the way it's set up. Now, whether I actually made all the right connections, and the real doozy is if I messed up a blueprint, and so there's just like 100 machines that are all set up wrong. But I don't think I did. So in the next one, this will get turned on, and then I will do a little bit of work on doing some decorations and stuff like that, probably, if I don't just get too antsy and play a little bit later. We shall see. But again, thank you, everybody, and I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I will see you all in the next one.